What they want to do is just slow them down, cause heavy attrition, put a serious a spike in that confidence that might be there that the Russians have, that they can win this thing. In fact, if they can create the impression that turn it around and create enough casualties, they might be able to get to the point where the Russian troops themselves feel that there is no way that they can prevail.
That would be very significant. But from the kind of Colin Powell shock and awe perspective, you move in fast and you take it very quickly. We're not seeing that here. Why do you think that is? Why do you think these large population centers in Ukraine, have all their communications working just fine? The power is still on. There have been many evacuations. Many residents have fled, but we're not seeing that. And I'm just kind of confused as to why, if that is the purpose and the motive
Holy shit, chat, I found what the fuck that was. Holy crap. Holy shit, chat, I found. Wow. Shit, chat, I found. Wow. Shit, chat, I found.
This one apparently has audio. Just gonna put that up on screen here for you guys. Yeah, a lot of smooth jazz.
Communications, everything else, they will, because they don't want anybody to see that. But that is their doctrine.
Our ancestors had a mystical connection with red pandas, and what was a blessing became
exactly horrible. Although, historically, when that's happened, many times when they destroy the buildings at the surface level, the subsurface and whatever's left.
In a
really
midnight
favors
address,
the
their president Zelensky told his nation that Russian troops will likely storm Kyiv tonight. President Zelensky said the fate of Ukraine is being decided now and called on his citizens to defend the capital with their very lives. The Russians are bearing down on that capital with explosions and gunfire. And if they take that capital, the question is what happens to Vladimir Zelensky, his family, and his cabinet. This is a look at Kyiv right now. 2 a.m. there. Explosions and air sirens reported in the distance.
It's not 2 a.m. anymore, y'all. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. Just to recap.
During this full-scale invasion, the day ahead could be a pivotal one, with the future of Ukraine and its people at stake. These are Ukrainian National Guardsmen taking up position on a bridge in central Kyiv. They're lying down in the prone position. Look at this. Their rifles aimed and pointed in the direction from which Russian troops would likely come. Ukrainian forces have blown up bridges near Kyiv to try to make it harder for the Russian military vehicles to advance on the capital. This video shows Ukrainian men grabbing guns out of crates in the city. Ukraine's defense ministry has called on civilians far and wide to prepare Molotov cocktails to fight back. On Ukrainian TV, they broadcast instructions on how to make them. A massive explosion and fireball lit up the night sky before dawn in Kyiv. The Ukrainian military reports it shot down a Russian aircraft and 2 incoming cruise missiles. We cannot confirm that report. Russia denies losing any aircraft. But you could see the fireball there as it erupted and slowly descended. The scene captured on both surveillance and eyewitness cell phone videos. Russian propaganda claims that Russian President Volodymyr Zelensky had fled the city. He had not. Zelensky posted this video of himself and his cabinet on the streets of Kyiv. He delivered a clear message. We are here. We are in Kyiv. We are defending Ukraine. President Zelensky says he's target number 1 on Russia's hit list and that Russian saboteurs are already in the city. Just 3 years ago, Zelensky was a comedian and actor who played a president on television. The Pentagon has warned Putin wants to decapitate Ukraine's government and install its own puppet regime. In a chilling address today, Putin urged Ukrainian troops to turn against their own country and stage a military coup to seize power and negotiate a surrender.
Don't let neo-Nazis and Banderites use your children, your wives, and old people as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It seems that it will be easier for us to come to terms with you than with this gang of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who settled in Kyiv and took all Ukrainian people hostage.
Words that mean nothing and full of lies. Some of the fiercest fighting has been in and around the city of Kyiv in the east, not far from the Russian border in the northeastern Ukraine. The wreckage of destroyed Russian military vehicles left smoldering. Ukraine's military claims it's inflicted heavy losses and killed nearly 3,000 Russian troops. Here again, we have no way to verify that report. This is surveillance video showing a column of Russian military vehicles pushing up from southern Ukraine. And look at these Russian soldiers trying to break and disable the cameras in an attempt to hide their movements. We're seeing some harrowing scenes in Kyiv, gunshots fired into the air by security at a train station, crowds of desperate Ukrainians, some with toddlers in arms, trying to pack onto trains to escape this nightmare. Dramatic video from a suburb of Kyiv shows an armored military vehicle swerving and crashing on a coming car on a public street. Bystanders able to pull the driver out of the wreckage. He reportedly survived.
More scenes of carnage in Ukraine as Russian forces inch closer to the center of the...
The square, or just another view of Kyiv to put up in the bottom left there, so I'm currently looking for that. Once again, guys, stand by while I get that slow mode for you. Just 1 second. So slow mode should now be turned on, guys. So we got that taken care of. Still getting everybody pouring back in here from the other stream. For everybody that doesn't know, we got disconnected there. Not only have a bunch of our cameras been going down over the past hour now, but we're also noticing internet outages here locally. That could be related, possibly. We were showing that map earlier of internet outages that are currently happening worldwide. There's speculation that there could be some DNS infrastructure that is currently having some issues. Somebody said copyright strike. No, we haven't had any copyright strikes. Thank God, not yet. Yep, 4-minute slow mode because it's the only way to keep chat usable. IT guy, thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to have you. Somebody said, what are the confirmed casualties so far? We don't have those numbers at this time. Somebody said I did a search of any cameras in downtown. Every camera is out. Not one is connected. Yeah, so that goes in hand with what we've been seeing elsewhere. If somebody wants to just give me something I can throw up here in the bottom left for you guys, that would be, oh, here we go. This might work here. Okay, so here's our CNN hot mic audio. We'll keep that audio in the background for you guys. Back to that quad cam here, make sure that's live. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me another cam to put down here, okay. Somebody just said they saw some saw some military movement in Severodonetsk, Luhansk Oblast. Okay, that's interesting. Here's a camera though. From Kyiv, sent to us by a Night Hunter. We'll take a look at that, see if that's worthwhile putting on screen. Somebody said, can we put up the Instagram feed of the guys trying to enter Kyiv? Maybe we'll look into that later. Yeah, we don't want a multicam to put down there. We need we just need another good shot. Okay, so that's that Luhansk cam. We'll try to put this up on, see if we can put this up on screen for you guys. Is this currently live though? Guess we'll watch some of his stuff. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that right now. So if somebody maybe could send me like a live feed of that guy, if he has a live feed or something, we could take a look at that. Here's another, this cam has good quality of Kyiv skylines plus CNN people's voices. Yeah, that's the Fox News cam. We still have that up, in the middle of the screen there. Yeah, I still haven't updated my stream description yet. I'll do that in a second here. But thank you for that. Thank you for that update, Giotti. Here's one shows subway with audio. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Possibly Kyiv. Okay, we'll keep tuned into this one. We'll see if maybe if somebody could confirm if this is Kyiv or not. That'd be useful.
Как вам такой прецедент на победу? Какая-то нахуй самопальная ракета. И это все у нас возле работы, пацаны. А вот с нее движочек, походу.
go, chat. They're about to bomb the fuck out of them.
Сверкает.
Alright guys, so yeah, for anybody that's wondering, we are currently monitoring the situation around Kyiv. Basically all of our cameras have gone dead around Kyiv. We still have this one feed coming from Fox. We're not sure, there's no audio coming from it at this time. If anybody has any Kyiv feeds, the ones you guys have sent me, most of them I've vetted some of them. You guys weren't sure if it was Kyiv. Most of those weren't. We're still looking for another Kyiv feed to put up on screen for you guys. Lower left is not Kyiv. That's the camera we were looking at earlier, so I just want to be clear on that. We're pretty sure the cam you're seeing in the lower right is currently from Kyiv. However, they're playing like some news videos in the lower left. Or sorry, lower right. So you might occasionally hear some audio from that. Somebody says YouTube training has one with audio from Kyiv. Somebody could PM me that so I could get that up on screen for you guys. Just make sure it's not one that we already have on screen here before you send it over my way. To everybody that's asking for sources and stuff and wants to like send me stuff, there's a link in the description below for the Discord server, okay? That's where we're exchanging all of these sources and stuff, so if you guys have any camera angles or anything you want to send over my way, that's the place to do it. Yeah, down left is Gorodok, Lviv. It's not Kiev, just so everybody is clear on that. So he says, please remove slow mode. It's impossible to carry on conversation. Trust me, it would be way worse if slow mode was off, okay? If slow mode was off, you wouldn't be able to have any sort of meaningful conversation. At least we can, you know, have some kind of exchange of information here. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to keep slow mode on. Maybe at a later time, maybe we can reduce that time. Russian high-frequency radio traffic is very active, so is Chinese. Fortunately, it's all in a digital format. Thank you for that that tidbit, AlfNet Designs. Oh, there's a KGB pigeon there. We do have one live Kiev stream right in the middle of the stream, guys. You see that there. The audio you're hearing is from this video coming in the lower left. It's for your kind words and everybody that's, you know, continuing to tune in here and stick it out. Again, we're losing a lot of feeds out of Kiev. We're having a lot of sporadic information coming out of Kiev.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 러시아가 우크라이나를 침공한 지 하루 만에
audio on that cam. So Green Mountain Boy sends over this this camera here. It's a quad cam, just barely lost sound. We'll take a look at that. I believe this is the same one we have. Yeah, I think we already have this one open actually. Let me get over that. Is the hot mic still live? So we still have audio coming in from our CNN hot mic. I guess I can put that up on screen for you guys. That might still be in and around the square, so if we can hear any shelling coming from Kiev, we'll probably be able to hear it through that. Yeah, I'll take the edge off that audio for you guys there. I believe this is a okay. So I believe we do have this confirmed. Danny M with a really good tidbit. He says to use slow mode, change the way you post. Fill the entire 200 characters. Think about your statements and intentions. Make your post to the point. You will make more meaningful contributions that way. Thank you so much, Danny M, for that useful piece of advice to people in the YouTube live chat. Don says alleged 80% of forces surrounding Kiev. Yeah, we've heard reports that they are to the west, northwest of the city, actually, at this time. Somebody said, I thought CNN packed up and fled. Yeah, that audio coming from the CNN cam could be them, and it could be from a car. It does sound like it might be coming from a car. If you guys want me to kill that audio, I can. Maybe if somebody in the chat, if anybody is keeping an eye on, the CNN hot mic, if it starts to become active again, let me know and I'll put it back up on screen. Somebody says mute the bottom right and just keep the CNN hot mic. All right, we can get that back up on screen. It does sound like they are still on the roof, or maybe at a different location in Kyiv.
Jets? You say jets?
We'll listen into what they have to say here.
No, it's a car. I've got you, yep.
That's the lower right.
Yes, well, I know. Yeah, can I spin it round and point it at the same shot? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just going to flick a couple of things round.
So I can tell the audio is coming from the square because of those familiar chimes we've been hearing for the past 3 days. Somebody said the DW stream is back up. If it is, somebody link that over to me real quick, and I'll put that back up on screen for you guys. If you do have a live stream out of the main square. Good morning for everybody tuning in Europe. Good morning to you all. Thank you for tuning in today. And we are currently tuning in to Kyiv here, where you guys are hearing this audio coming from a CNN hot mic. Somebody's saying DW is down. Okay, thank you guys for that.
Yes.
Численных мер намерен...
Thank you, Scott, for tuning in. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in this morning. We're currently continuing to listen in on Kyiv here. Somebody says when is Twitch going to be back up? We'll have that back up here shortly for you guys. We'll keep you posted on that. Somebody said on one of the cameras they've geolocated to southwest Kyiv. That's cool. That's cool. Which camera? Maybe you want to message me that information. Bottom left, he said, I think. Or no, that bottom left cam is not, that's not Kyiv. No, that was, I believe that's near Lviv, that cam. Somebody said, wow, that CNN reporter has a strong exhale. Yeah, we've been listening to this hot mic now for the last 2 days.
We'll get to the fighting coming from all directions in just a second, but we've just gotten word about the most significant fighting that we have heard overnight, and that is the western part of the city. For the first time, we did hear explosions within the city limits. That was a couple hours ago, and that was has been of great concern because it was an indication that this fighting is getting closer and closer. Now, just heard from the military law enforcement service.
We do have sirens, air raid sirens going off, chat. We do have air raid sirens going off.
Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Київської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту.
Relatively quiet, but all manner of fighting in the overnight hours. Michael, we heard explosions from different directions. We heard small arms fire, larger arms fire. Some of those explosions lighting up the night sky. Air raid sirens going off here in the capital, Kyiv. But there has been a lull for about the past hour, and all told, and it's still early, but it does. A difficult night that President Zelensky had predicted may not have been as bad as so many had feared. It will be interesting to see how the Ukrainian forces fare against what is going to be an overwhelming Russian force. For now, it does appear that they are putting up a pretty good fight. President Zelensky saying that hundreds of Russian troops have been killed. Of course, as you noted, there have also been losses on the Ukrainian side as well. This is, as some of my colleagues have said, it is a David and Goliath situation, but having spent the past few weeks here, there is a lot of confidence in this Ukrainian military that has grown so much over the past 8 years since Crimea was illegally annexed back in 2014. But then again, Michael, increasingly worrying signs that the fight is quickly coming to the capital and from every direction. Michael?
Apologies to all of our headphone users. Again, apologies to all of our headphone users. What we just heard was our CNN very hot mic.
You know, just on the streets, for example, what's really jarring right now is that you have these, silence-piercing series of explosions and gunfire, but other than that, it is extremely quiet. I mean, the sun is coming up here as well as Lviv. You can hear the birds chirping, but it is incredibly quiet in the streets. No one is about, no cars. But of course, Michael, many people, not just in Kyiv, but across the country are going to want to be fleeing, and they already are. The Ukrainian train service put on special trains on Friday to get people out of the capital. Their goal was around 10,000 people. You saw those scenes, those trains being mobbed. It is such a stark contrast to just a couple days ago when so many Ukrainians, including the president, did not believe that a war was going to happen. Of course, that changed very quickly with this, with the realization that Russian troops are literally coming across the border. So you will have, of course, a lot of people who want to leave, but you're also going to have a lot of people who want to stay and fight. One of the results of that Russian invasion back in 2014, is this incredible growth of patriotism and national fervor that was born directly out of that Russian aggression. And so you have a lot of people from all walks of life, all ages, men and women, who are ready to take up arms against the Russians, and the Ukrainian military now willing to give out a gun essentially to anybody who asks for it. So this could be a long campaign to resist this Russian aggression. As one Ukrainian official told me a couple of weeks ago, you can expect every window to be shooting at the Russian aggressors, he said. Michael.
As you heard it there, folks, Ukraine has become America. I repeat, Ukraine has become America. Instead of behind every blade of grass is a gun, there's a gun behind every window in Ukraine.
So it looks like our source out of the main square from DW is back up. So we're going to get that back on screen for you guys. on screen for you here over on the side, and then we'll switch back to the older cam. Alright, so now we have Kyiv back down here in the lower left. Is there audio coming through on that too? Yep, we got it ramped up to the max. The dial's set to 11. Switch back over to our... Oh, okay, there's something on the screen there. There's a rope. Seems to be a rope of some kind hanging on the screen. I thought maybe for a second there was Russian special forces dropping in out of a helicopter down a rope. Not gonna lie, that's what I thought that was. Somebody says been watching all night and not one single shot fired as of yet. Yeah, we have heard quite a few shots, to put it lightly. We've been hearing exchanges of not only small arms fire, but large caliber fire, tank rounds, artillery in the distance. We've heard missile barrages and explosions throughout the night. So it's been a very eventful night out of Kyiv, that's for sure. We've basically been glued to Kyiv the entire night, just watching the activity. There's that rope again, or wire or something hanging from the building. At first, I thought it was Russians doing a rope drop out of a helicopter. So that's interesting. Our CNN hot mic is currently gone quiet.
So there's all the different ones. I don't know what types of aircraft these are. These could be reconnaissance. They could be fighters. No idea. But they are freaking the fuck out that Russia is taking Ukraine.
So somebody,
NATO, if you didn't want them to take Ukraine, you probably should have fucking done something about it.
The one that is provided by Fox News.
Southpod says, would you team up?
And it is facing due east. Okay. We had another cam last night that was faced due west. That went offline. So he says a flagpole rope slacking. No, that is not a flagpole rope. That looks like that would be a very thick flagpole rope. Move clock back to right side. Roger that. Moving clock back to right side. Clock has been positioned. Somebody says rope has been there all night long. Well, I hadn't noticed it, but thank you for that information. The rope is for Putin, says Bert. Yes, a lot of you are saying the rope has been there since last night, so that's good to know. Thank you for that. Another tidbit about the middle cam guys, the one with the big golden towers you see there, that is positioned at the Diplomatic Academy facing St. Michael's Golden Domed Monastery. Thank you for that information and geolocation. More plates, fewer dates on Discord. Thank you. Oh, somebody wants to switch to St. Javelin day mode. Okay, I'll do that. Give me one moment here. Switching to St. Javelin day mode. If I can find her. There we go. There she is. There is St. Javelin day mode. We're going to have to resize her. There. I could just add in another image and then cycle between them. I should probably do that later. Somebody says, please don't. It's too bright. It's awful. But it contrasts. All right, let's have an overall. Let's have a vote here in the YouTube chat, guys. Are we having dark mode or daytime mode? All right, dark mode St. Javelin or daytime mode St. Javelin. Let's just decide that definitively right here now. And go. I can see the chat is definitely pro dark mode, so I guess the pro dark mode crowd wins. Yeah, it is unanimously dark mode. Thank you guys for that input, every single one of you. You guys did your part today. Alrighty. Dark mode better for the eyes, everybody says. I'm sorry that one guy that wanted the St. Javelin to be daytime mode. Sorry, bud. It turned out you were the only one that wanted it to be light mode. People are still going in the chat. In fact, my restream chat is just like totally lagging behind the YouTube chat because of how many dark and day comments just came in. Thank you guys for that input, though. Much appreciated. Zach says, looks like the defenders held for another night. Indeed, they did. The flag of Ukraine still this morning flies over the city of Kyiv. So that is indeed true. Viral Pot says, yes, calm before the storm. And that is very true. We've been talking about it all night. We've seen like lulls of like 45 minutes to an hour, and then, you know, things heat up, and then, you know, nothing happens for an hour or two. So yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. Shout out to the Restream staff that are hitting me up right now. Thank you guys for reaching out. But yeah, but we have been temporarily suspended from Twitch. I already reached out to Twitch earlier. They got back to me. And they will be lifting that suspension here shortly. So yeah, stand by for that. But thank you, Yulana from Restream, for reaching out to me just now. So guys, the current situation is we are keeping an eye above Kyiv right now. I believe I might have just oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I might have just heard that we might be getting another cam up here, guys. So stand by for that. I might have a better cam out of Kyiv for you. Just let me take a look at that really quick. Also, we are hearing, yeah, I think I'm hearing some explosions, either that or wind coming out of Kyiv. Paranormal says, I hear sirens in the background. Yeah, I think I heard the faint sound of air raid in the background as well. I could be wrong, though. We're going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, to everybody watching, make sure to choose 1080p if your internet connection can handle it, because it'll make looking at this stuff on screen a lot easier. In the coming days, I'm going to be redoing my stream settings. I was running them a little bit lower over the past couple days than I actually need to. So I'm going to be bumping up the bit rate and the resolution quality here. I'll probably do that at some point tomorrow. And also, we're coming to you in 30 frames per second right now, I'm pretty sure, but I was also planning on bumping that frame rate up to 60, because usually I stream in 60 frames a second. Apparently RT is live right now. Maybe that might be worth looking into. I think they're currently live over on their channel. I heard they were taken down earlier, actually. Anonymous targeted their websites from what we heard, and they were offline. I'm hearing some coughing in the back from our live our live mic.
If we do have any anonymous people in here who work for Anonymous, I'm not being a troll. I'm nothing. I'm bringing the information to people, because I know everybody who works for Anonymous knows that we can't trust the media. So this is how you bring. This is how I'm bringing it. I'm not being a troll or anything. I just want to use it.
Yeah, definitely hearing some. Oh, that is our CNN guy, because we've been hearing him cough for like 2 days now. That's right. Remember, we were trying to get him a cough drop the other night. So some people were asking if we possibly will go live on some other platforms. Yeah, I could possibly start streaming simultaneously to a couple other platforms. We might look into doing that later. Shout out to Certified, thank you very much, man, and I'm glad you liked the dark mode. It seems everybody unanimously liked dark mode. HT Spencer says, I would like to register my formal support for light mode, but understand the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I respect that, HT. Thank you for that. Somebody said, I'd never forget the light mode riots of 5 minutes ago. Yep. So once again, guys, we are just kind of in a quiet patch here in Kyiv. Thankfully for the Ukrainians, they get to wake up and move about their morning in peace, at least so far. We're hearing some sporadic small arms fire a short while ago, but so far it's been pretty silent here. A lot of people saying calm before the storm. Yeah, most likely. Born Evil, thank you so much for that, for those kind words. Somebody says, get the CNN guy in quarantine now. Yeah, we've heard him coughing. We've been watching this CNN hot mic now for almost 2 days, and you know, he's been coughing up a storm. Somebody says there's been photos of RT2PM carrying an ICBM with a Z painted on it. I don't know if it's real or not. I would suspect it probably is. The reason is because if they're going to use any type of ballistic missile system, all right, they need to have it in place. Okay, so I wouldn't put it past the Kremlin of already having those assets in place. Now, are they going to use them? That's a whole different question. So it's good to hear that we do still have good audio coming out of Kyiv. You guys hear the bells there, that chime. Somebody said, how do you go from fireworks to streaming Ukraine? That's a good question.
Man, look how fast we're going.
Somebody says, I wonder if this is typical activity levels for 7:30 a.m. on a Saturday there. No, this is not typical activity. If you were watching the stream 5 days ago, you would see a clear difference. One Man Right says there's a new Boeing RC-135V recon currently up over Romania. I don't know if you had noticed that or not. No, actually, we haven't been keeping an eye on the flight radar. We'll probably take a look at that here shortly. Chip, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for those words there. Some people said, what became of those tanks that were en route to Kherson yesterday? Yeah, we had been planning to go over some of that, but we have gotten totally glued to Kyiv overnight here. We believe that fighting is still ongoing in Kherson currently. A lot of those tanks, a lot of those servicemen that you saw heading towards the city of Kherson are most likely engaged in combat at this time in that area. Central Intelligence Agency posts in the chat, says the U.S. Congress has approved for sending troops to Ukraine. After repelling Russia, it declared war on Russia and carried out Putin's beheading plan. Weapons have been transported to Ukraine. Yeah, I would be running for the bunker if that news was indeed true. Somebody said Nemeko should probably get a new watermark up in case the stream gets stolen again. We do. It's in the top left there. You can see that on stream. But thank you for your concern and continued support, Bruce. Somebody said, so I'm guessing his camera just died. He had a great view. So a lot of cameras have died overnight. We've been juggling cameras all night. That's why hardly any of our cameras are labeled, is because we've been swapping them around for hours now. Somebody says, show the Ukrainian Molotov brigades engaging Russian mechanized. I'm posting the link in Situation Room. If it is a YouTube link, yeah, we can get that up on screen here. Oh, somebody sent over a nice compromise for the Saint Javelin for those of you that are in between on the dark mode and light mode. Driveways made us this this one here. We actually had another one earlier that somebody had done that was really good too. But maybe if we should put that one up, let me know, guys, and I'll do that. I'm getting consistent dark modes out of you guys. Or yeah, I'm getting no's and yeses. I think we're just gonna stick with dark mode, you guys. Come on, we'll just stick with dark mode. Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of consistent dark mode here. We're also seeing some. Geez, guys, it's a 50% mixed crowd here. Yeah, we'll just keep the dark mode on. I'm seeing. I think I'm seeing majority dark mode there. All right, so somebody want to send me the Molotov footage? Try to keep it to a YouTube link, though, please. Somebody said the Molotov footage is actually old. I'm hearing the Molotov footage is actually old. Yeah, it's from 2014. Yeah, so we're not going to put that Molotov footage up. It does look like that footage is old. I'm getting this from a bunch of people, not only in live chat, but in Discord too. And some people have sent me some proof that it is from 2014. It looks pretty convincing to me. Okay, let's take a look at this post here from the Daily Mail, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at this post from the Daily Mail. Ukraine says it has inflicted one of Russia's heaviest ever day of losses, with more than 1,000 casualties. Putin's losses now stand at 2,800 troops, 80 tanks, and 516 armored vehicles. Let's just take a moment, guys, to kind of have a moment of silence here, and just kind of a thought for not only all of the dead and wounded in Ukraine, but I mean, this is 2,800 young men that are going to go home in body bags to their families. Okay, Putin needs to. I think he should be thinking long and hard about that. Yeah, 2,800. 8 tanks, 516 armored vehicles. A lot of these are those Soviet hardware that we were talking about, guys. The first to go in and mop up all these Javelin and all their resources. 10 airplanes and 7 helicopters. Russian officials have made similar claims that Moscow has captured more than 160 troops, destroyed 74 Ukrainian military ground facilities, downed 5 fighter jets and 1 helicopter, and destroyed 18 tanks and other armored vehicles. Yeah, somebody was mentioning the mobile crematoriums instead of body bags. Yeah, so I've heard conflicting reports about the mobile crematorium story, but up till 24 hours ago, I was pretty convinced that was verified. If somebody can maybe confirm for me if that's a real thing, that'd be pretty stark development indeed. Yeah, so after NATO and U.S. confirmed they would not put boots on the ground, is far inferior to its Russian counterpart with an air defense system and air force dating back to the Soviet era. If you expect Ukraine to emerge victorious from what is almost certain to be a prolonged, bloody, and vicious war, but so far Kyiv's forces have managed to inflict heavy losses on Putin. Yeah, and they definitely, this has been a slower advance into Ukraine than I thought it was. My initial speculations was this was going to be like a 12 to 24 hour thing, and they were going to sweep right in with Spetsnaz right into Kyiv, and it was going to be over with minimal civilian casualties. I honestly didn't think Putin would go as far as the extent he's taken things to. I thought, if he did try anything, it would be more surgical than this. I had hoped that it would be, for the sake of, civilians and the collateral damage that is happening here. I really think that, he's, I don't know, I think he's kind of lost it a little bit, but that's just my personal speculation. I'm not really sure what to think about that, and we have all of this situation going on with Turkey, Finland, and Sweden, and involved militarily. Things are, going downhill really fast. Somebody says the invasion of Iraq was flawless, and it didn't take weeks. I don't think it was flawless, but I think it was definitely more well-planned than this. I think Putin definitely has a plan here, but so far I don't think it's going his way. Yeah, so, and I've also heard this theory. Useless Bob says, theory is that Putin is dying and wants to go out with a good legacy. Well, I don't think this is going to leave him a good legacy. It'll leave him a legacy, but not a good one. Somebody says Turkey's joining. Well, see, a Turkish tanker got hit by the Russians about 24 hours ago, I think, maybe, give or take. Don't quote me on that. But so far, yeah, somebody said Turkey's already inside. I don't know if they are actually or not, but there's a possibility of them getting involved. We've also heard, sporadic reports of Finland talking about getting involved on the ground there. Sweden talking about getting involved there. I'm sure the U.S. and the other allies are trying to keep everybody kind of calm here and from jumping in on things. Somebody says any airstrikes in the last 24 hours? No, but there was a large amount of fighting on the outskirts of the city. We thought maybe a munitions depot had gotten hit because there was a large quantity of explosions happening over there, and it just kind of sounded like a munitions stockpile had gotten hit possibly. Somebody says light mode. Attorneys want to recount. Yeah, so Sweden and Finland, are not in NATO. Somebody said if Turkey is getting involved, NATO is getting involved. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure as to which of those countries are NATO countries or if any of them are, but yeah, I have heard unconfirmed reports. We don't know for sure yet that they've begun to think about that, and that possibly yeah. So somebody said Finland was discussing their change in wanting to move faster to NATO membership. Somebody said Turkey already downed a Russian jet before and they couldn't do anything. interesting. Somebody says Turkey is in NATO. Yeah. So yeah. So with Turkey, sorry, with Turkey being a NATO country, this wouldn't that be Article 5 then? If so, Article 5 only counts when they are attacked. If Turkey decides to attack now, NATO doesn't have to do anything. I see. Okay, but wouldn't the tanker getting hit count, or yeah, wouldn't the tanker getting hit count as an Article 5 thing, or does that not count? Viral Pot says Slava Ukraina. Love from Romania. Thank you for tuning in so much, man. Somebody said I heard Turkey back down. Am I wrong? Yeah, I still don't have any concrete information on that at this time. Probably look into that. Yeah, I mean, we have heard a lot of NATO troop movements. You know, there are pieces. NATO has pieces on the board. They are moving into place in case something were to happen. So apparently to invoke Article 5, they would need to invade a NATO country, right? Okay. So, yeah, more reports, guys, that we've had over the past couple hours of people seeing Russians taking down CCTV cameras. Last night, we watched that happen live, actually. We were watching that convoy of Russian tanks and armored vehicles, and shortly after, we were watching them for hours. In fact, we had begun en masse reporting their movements to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and other sources, and just coincidentally, a couple hours later, they decide to all of a sudden take down all of the cameras along that section of highway. So that was pretty interesting. Smilden, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he sends over a very interesting map of current Russian troop movements into the country, and just kind of shows the kind of how far their invasion has gone into the country so far. So you notice from the east here, there's conflict breaking out there. They're moving in from the north here and here and here. So yeah, I bet like a lot of the conflict has happened. You know, borders. Hearing somebody speaking Russian there, and see how they've swept down through the exclusion zone, guys. I was talking about that for days now, how they would sweep down through the exclusion zone. That's the quickest route to the city. Everybody keeps asking, why would they be fighting over Chernobyl? It's because look how quick it is to the city there. Okay, it's just a short hop down and you're in Kyiv. So that's why there's that. Smilodin, if you could post this in the Discord in the Situation Room or something like that, so that people that want that can get that information. So yeah, there's that map there, and I mean there's fighting and airstrikes and stuff going on pretty far to the west. So that's interesting. Go back to our quad cam. We'll get that updated there. So here's some more of that footage from earlier that we were looking at. So yeah, just a graphic warning, guys. It's that same video we were watching earlier. These are some Russian saboteurs that tried to basically ambush Ukrainian, or they were ambushed by Ukrainian forces. Moments later, a tank basically just crushes a civilian vehicle. You could see that there. The guy survived, though. So just so everybody knows, the guy did survive. Why did he decide to do that? I do not know. I don't know how that Russian tank driver somehow thought that a civilian vehicle was a threat to him. Okay, so we're getting information in now that some Russians are looking to take down this camera that we've been watching all night. He said that they're down on the bottom here, staring up at it, and that they've seen the camera, that they're trying to get it down now. So he says that there's been Russians operating out of this area here all night in civilian clothing, meeting with Russian troops. He says, okay, so many of them have the same bag, just watched them do an exchange. He said all of the night was military operations. They were mostly in civilian clothing, as I said. There are suspected spies here, he says. So Zodiac has been tracking this camera all night. He's been keeping a close eye on it. We've seen military convoys coming in and out of this area here, speaking with these operators in civilian clothing. So he says, please show Rupley's live cam. Maybe if somebody wants to send that to me in the Discord real quick so I can get that on screen for you guys. So, Zodiac, let me know if anything interesting happens on that camera. Again, we'll go back over it. He said, oh, okay, so here's a, he said he also saw what he thinks is a kid wearing IR reflectives in the very same town. It's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to our quad cam. Actually, this is another shot. This is another shot we have out of Kyiv, so, you know what? Actually, I might try to put this up on screen. We'll put this up, we'll put this over Kharkiv, I think. So you guys can have that up on screen.
하지만 우크라이나 정부는
Oh, we're hearing air raid sirens now. We're hearing air raid sirens over the city here, guys. Well, I'm going to switch back to that quad cam. Wherever it is. Is that in this? No, that's not in that. Yeah, so this is, yeah, so from the square right now, there is, in fact, air raid sirens going off, so we'll get eyes on that right now. That camera's obviously outdated. Let's get that out of there. All right, guys.
работают на Украину.
Enigma says, take off the St. Javelin pick. It's a waste of camera space. No, it is not a waste of camera space, and we will not remove St. Javelin. That would be blasphemy.
Sorry about that, John.
Sounds like that's our CNN hot mic again.
I'm already talking. It's left now and I'm already talking. I don't want to go on the field and then come back and look like that. I think I need to be clear with the...
Pull that off. You can take your power strip as well.
Yeah. I guess you want this one, no?
Yes, please. We'll take Will's 200 with us today as well.
Okay.
And give that back to him. That's the one that's out of the west.
Yeah.
Although we won't have enough transmission parts anyway.
Exactly. Is it on your way?
It is at the moment.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. Shit. We can go around the block for money. Yeah, sure.
That's what they'll want, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, but if I meant to obey orders, I will join the army, right?
Yeah, exactly. Can't do people, got to do landscapes. Can you see my hood? I'm just trying to...
No.
Yes, Jeff, I hear you fine. You hear those sirens? Yeah. Should I just keep talking if it goes off during the live shot? Oh, I definitely will. Sorry, I missed that. Who's in DC? Got it.
guys. What you are hearing, guys, that's the CNN hot mic. It's very hot. Okay, as you can tell, he has it in his mouth. He has this mic in his mouth at the moment. We're hearing air raid sirens above Kyiv. It's possible that there's an airstrike that's about to occur in the city. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Just keep in mind, guys, this is not my microphone. You're hearing that guy in the background is the CNN hot mic.
Yep, I got it.
So everybody who's just tuning in, this is Cook Dane coming. I'm talking to you now. What you are hearing, these are live hot mics right now in Ukraine. We are monitoring this situation. There is a possible air raid or bombing strike coming in. So please stay tuned. We are monitoring. Just watch.
Zelensky video 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
A Zelensky video 3 minutes ago, apparently. Somebody link me that. Somebody send that to me right now.
That's the east again. It really is, Michael, a flurry of developments and activity in the past few moments. Just before we came on the air, we heard those air raid sirens that you also heard in Lviv, but right here as the sun's coming up in Kyiv as well. Now, we have heard those throughout the evening, but it had been quite some time. Those air raid sirens ending just moments ago. And then again, moments ago, we also heard some gunfire, loud gunfire coming from that direction. direction, that is the east, where you also, as you also mentioned, we have heard about fighting in the suburbs of Kyiv. We have a very solid sense now that this fighting is really encircling the city, that the Russian troops are proceeding in their goal to make their way all the way around the city. But Michael, possibly the most significant fighting that we saw overnight was in the western part of the city, within the city limits. For the first time, we heard explosions within the city limits, just about 5 kilometers or just over 3 miles away. We believe that is near a military installation, and the Ukrainian military is saying that they were able to take out 2 cars, 2 trucks laden with ammunition, as well as a tank with an anti-tank missile. So that is what we believe those explosions to have been. So we have that fighting in the west as well as the east. Now, we've also been told that there is significant fighting in a town about 20 miles or 30 kilometers south of here as well. So when you add all those 3 orientations to the fact that we know the Russians have been coming in from the north, although that front has been relatively quiet all night, for much of the night, the encirclement of Kyiv is very much happening, Michael. Well, it's unclear whether these air raid sirens are related to that warning from the Interior Ministry. You're absolutely right. The Interior Minister has the Facebook page for the Interior Ministry saying that this morning, Saturday morning, there is active fighting going on the streets of Kyiv, and asking residents to stay inside. If they are in air shelters, to stay there. If they are at home, to stay away from windows and balconies, to get away from those windows that could break if there was some sort of fighting going on. So we do believe that there is active fighting going underway, according to the Interior Minister. And at the same time, we have seen not just the military going out to confront this Russian threat, and it does appear that they are making some headway, or at least some. They're doing a fairly good job at keeping those Russian forces at bay. But you're also seeing Ukrainians of all stripes being called upon by the government to take up arms, and who are responding to that call. You have the reservists who have been called up, general mobilization for men between 18 and 60 years old, and the Ukrainian government saying anybody who wants a weapon can go and sign up for one to fight the Russians. Now, as you noted at the top, there are the Russian movements coming in from 3 different sides. From the north, and that is the biggest concern for Kyiv, those forces that can come in from Belarus, where they have been for the past few weeks. From the east, where President Putin has just recognized those 2 breakaway republics, and we also know that there are forces just across the border from the second biggest city of Kharkiv, and then from the south, where troops have been stationed in Crimea, and we know that there are ships both in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Michael?
All right, guys. That was the CNN incinerator mic, as we are calling it now, because it is extra hot. So we got a video from Zelensky. Does somebody have a translated version, though, guys? Because I don't have a translated version. I need a version in English. Can somebody send me the Zelensky video that just came out a few minutes ago? And somebody send me like a tweet of that Ministry of Defense warning that he was talking about there, so I can get that on screen for you guys now. I want to see what they're talking about there. Did they say that there's a possibility for airstrikes or something on there? So yeah, to everybody in the so there was a couple people in the chat. Looked like they were having connectivity issues. The stream is still up. We are still live on YouTube. However, YouTube and Restream are under heavy load at this time, and if you guys are having issues, you might need to refresh your page. Yeah, the CNN mic is an incinerator mic currently. Very hot mic indeed. Somebody sent me what might be another live Kyiv shot. we'll get an eye on that. Here's another live Kiev shot. Can somebody geolocate this shot for me? If so, I can get I want to make sure it's at least in Kiev. Okay, I'll put it up on screen for you guys right now. Just give me 1 second here. I'll put that up on screen. We'll put it over Sumy, or actually, we'll put it over the Kharkiv shot. That's what we'll do. Okay, we'll take this up here. So this is apparently a shot out of Kiev, a fresh one that we have up this morning. So we'll keep an eye on this here. Come on, behave for me. There we go. All right. Okay, expand that out just a little bit. Okay, sorry guys again to your ears. Apologies to your ears and eardrums. That CNN, yeah, somebody said that CNN has a thermobaric mic. It's a very fitting explanation. Incinerator mic, yeah. Thermobaric mic. To everybody, I see a lot of people giving thank yous. Yep, thank you guys for tuning in again. Sorry again, it looked like some of you for a second might have been having some connection issues. Here, let's go back to that Kiev quad cam. Hold on, I have to get back here. Let's see. Let's go back to our Kiev quad cam. Okay, so we got that there. So he says check the situation room more often. Yeah, guys, I apologize to everybody that's been providing intel the situation room. Tonight we have not really had time to go through a lot of that stuff that's coming in, but we will. We will get it. We will get to that fairly shortly here. Zodiacs, thank you for that intel update. So he's continuing to track the activity on that camera. Let's go back to that camera quick. Here, let's close that one. Here's a camera. He's been monitoring some suspicious activity that's been happening on this camera here. But every time he PMs me, I'm too late. I see it too late. We'll keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on that cam for sure. In fact, I could put it up on. What I'll do is I'll put it up on screen. We'll put it over Sumy, because we definitely like to see what's kind of going on in that camera, so we can keep an eye on it. Give me 1 second, guys, while I get that on screen for you. Yeah, again, if any of you sent me that Zelensky video, I'll get that up on screen. Just give me 1 moment. Just trying to get these cameras up for you guys. So we have that camera there where that suspicious activity was ongoing, so we'll keep an eye on that. However, I need to, we're gonna mute that, because we want just the audio coming out of Kiev, so we can listen for evidence of airstrikes incoming. Where's that quad cam? I believe that's back in there, yeah. There we go. There it is. Oh, somebody had somebody said he just has the mic close to his mouth. Something about fitting into his flak jacket, I suspect. So somebody, I see a couple people here have translated the Zelensky video. He says there's a lot of fake information online that I call on our army to lay down arms and that there's evacuation. He said, I am here. We won't lay down arms. We will defend our state. So those words from President Zelensky a short time ago. Thank you, Kazuto, for sending me this camera. Yeah, this doesn't look to be in Kyiv. Yeah, this is definitely not in Kyiv. Kyiv is not snowing, so that cam won't work. So here's a translation here, guys, directly from that Twitter video. Somebody did a direct translation. Yeah, there's a lot of fake info telling that I ordered the Ukrainian army to surrender. So listen here, I'm not putting our weapons down. We are going to protect our country. Our weapons are our truth. It's our country, our children, and we will protect them. So yeah, some very stark words there from the president of Ukraine. Somebody says, can I put the time over the tweets? Let's actually see if I can do that. I'll take a look at that now and see if I can maybe do that. There are those chimes again that we've been hearing quite often. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it does give me the option to show the timestamp on the tweets. These are just all coming in. Basically, it's a real-time stream of tweets. Anything with the words Ukraine, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Russia. So it's basically the tweets that are coming there. So yeah, there is some junk tweets in there, of course, as is the nature of Twitter. So again, guys, back into one of these lulls of silence in Ukraine again, after hearing those airstrikes just now. So look, the sun is coming out, you guys, over Ukraine. You can see in all 4 of our Kyiv cameras we have screen. Actually, we have 5. We have this cam, this cam, this cam, this cam, and this cam, all in Kyiv. I believe this is Lviv. This is somewhere near Lviv as well. Zodiac sent over some images of these people like carrying out all of the same bags. He's been watching this all night. He's convinced that there's some suspicious activity going on here on our top right cam there. They've been coming in and out of this building all night with bags, he says, and there's been exchanges with Russian military in uniform. So they're not exactly sure what that's all about. So this is an interesting post. However, it says it was revealed women in Ukraine saw Russian soldiers approaching due to Tinder's location tracking showing their dating profiles as they got closer. U.S. tech companies have software everywhere, including Russian phones. Silicon Valley could be a massive asset to Ukraine. I agree. But that's a very, very interesting tidbit of information there. However, unconfirmed, guys, so keep that in mind. A lot of the stuff that I'm feeding you in real time, guys, is I'm feeding you stuff and in a fast pace. You got to keep in mind that a lot of it may be unconfirmed or unverified. It's usually not until a few days go by that we finally, kind of get concrete evidence of what exactly has taken place. We still don't even have official reports. It's still kind of not clear as to whether that plane that was shot down over Kyiv the other day was a Ukrainian Su-24 or if it was a Russian plane or a ballistic missile. There's so many different reports coming out. I believe it now actually has been confirmed that it was an Su-24, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody saying check out the Radio Intercept Discord. Yeah, I think we'll take a look at basically everything that is going on in the Discord channel, see what our intel analysts are working on over there. Somebody said that new Kiev camera we just put up, possibly geolocated on an Oblon district. He even gave me some coordinates there. Zodiac said the exchange only started happening when air raid sirens went off. That's interesting. Okay, so first we'll take a look at the radio intercept channel, see what our radio guys are working on right now. Give me a second here to scroll down here and get to the latest and greatest. So our guys in the radio intercept channel look like they are listening in on Ukrainian and Russian troop engagements. So we're saying jump, multiple flares used. As somebody's saying S-42nd is support, most likely armored and such. 75th Air Squadron is Russian fighter squad that is deployed. I'm guessing they are going over Kyiv. So somebody's saying, okay, now we have a picture of what's happening. Can somebody give me somebody maybe from the radio intercept channel, if they want to like PM me a brief summary of what you guys are deducing from this radio chatter, so that I could, you know, so we can condense that down and get that out here to the people. So apparently a cargo ship owned by a Japanese firm has been hit by a missile off the coast of Ukraine in the Black Sea. Local media reported Saturday, according to the Japanese news agency Kyoto, one of the crew members of 20 Philippines nationals were injured in a Panamanian registered cargo ship, the Namura Queen. Not really concrete on if that's confirmed yet. We're getting, so that looks like Reuters, Japan Times, and Kyoto are reporting on this, so that could have some validity to it. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, if somebody from the radio intercept channel wants to kind of PM me with kind of a brief summary of what of what you guys are finding on those radio communications, let me know so I can relay that to our audience. They have a whole bunch of school buses lined up. That could just be for maybe school children or something. Grim Nips gives me a little bit of a brief summary here. He says possible bombers and paratrooper units headed towards Kiev, 15 kilometers out of Kiev. Not clear if they are currently moving towards the city, like at this time, or if they are like stationary and planning on moving towards the city, or if they are currently in fact moving towards the city. If somebody from the radio intercept channel maybe has some more information there. More plates, fewer dates. Reminds me, unimportant, but Reuters is pronounced Reuters. I know, guys. I lack some key pronunciation skills here. So just bear with me on that. So I have done with this little bit of information here. He said unconfirmed, but says Russian forces have taken control of a hydroelectric power station in Kiev, according to a Russian media outlet. It writes the Russian news agency Interfax, according to Reuters. So we'll keep an eye on that development as well, as that unfolds. I'm going to go take a look into our situation room here, guys, and we will take a look at some stuff. So Homer 61 is in the air, RC-135V. That's an RC-135. Okay, interesting. So let's take a look at that real quick, guys. Forte 11 is still over the Black Sea. What a trooper. Our Global Hawk has been up there literally all night. Let's go ahead here. Let's take a look at. Okay, so is that not? It's not in the air then. So it's just these strato tankers. Yeah, I'm not seeing Homer 61 in the air at this time. Wait, that was. Hold on. I gotta get closer to the present here. So Patrick Lancaster has a new video. We could take a look at that a little later to see what's going on in the east of Ukraine from his perspective, from the Russian perspective there. But I think we'll kind of continue looking at... oh, hey, so you guys, last night when we reported on the invading Russian troops disabling cameras, look what made it to the Associated Press, guys. Would you look at this? This was our reporting, guys, last night. We were our teams, our intel analysts were the ones to report on these, and we were reporting Russian movements all night to the Ukrainians and other sources via these cameras here. And what do we see? Just a few minutes later, we see them taking the cameras down. Well, not a few minutes later, we was before they finally caught on to what we were doing. But guys, right here, this is proof of just you know, like our capabilities here. Yeah, the Russians definitely didn't like that. We were doing a little bit of spying on them. According to Vessel Fighter, Graceful is on a northeasterly course headed toward southern Ukraine. Oh, Graceful is the yacht, Putin's super yacht. This is a map that Dulon sends over from the Discord. Thank you very much for that, Dulon. Sky says, excuse me, how do I get a link to the Discord server? It won't load for me. Appreciate it if you have a working link. You can find a link in the YouTube description. That is a working link. If it's not working, that probably means you have been banned. You might need to copy and paste the link from the YouTube description. I've heard people complaining of that. Yeah, you might need to copy it. Sometimes it can be finicky. Host fsb.gov.ru, connection timed out, no servers could be reached. Darkness reports on some interesting activity. Appears some Russian government-related authoritative name servers are not responding to DNS queries from outside the world. That is definitely interesting. It could be maybe either cyber attacks ongoing. It could be that maybe Russia has maybe taken access outside of the country down. That maybe they want to limit what their citizens are seeing right now. So here is Homer 61. I guess we'll take a look at that real quick. So Homer 61 is in the air. Okay, yeah, it's right over Romania. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on this RC-135. That's an interesting interesting bit of information. Anastasia comes over from the Radio Inter channel. She gives me some a little bit of summary here. Says it sounds like there's someone 10 kilometers away. There's speculation that it is the convoy of 100 Russian vehicles approaching Kyiv. There's more talk on some heated iodine. That is suspected to be bombs in preparation. We've also heard some directions for someone to jump, which may be conceived as the paratroopers, okay? So some interesting information there. Go back to our, and we'll close out of that one. Go back to our cam here. Make sure that's live for you guys. Grim Nips, who gave us the tidbit a few minutes ago about bombers and paratrooper units headed towards Kyiv, 15K, I'm out. He said, I used to be in the Navy, so this is the only reason I know this info, but I saw a E-2C Hawkeye around Belarus and the Polish/Ukrainian border earlier today. Thank you, Grim Nips, for that bit of information. Waffle House Blues says first naval battle of the 21st century. Maybe we will see something like that soon. We hope that things de-escalate and don't further escalate. So these are pictures from what people were calling a missile hitting a building in Kyiv, but no, this is this has been hit. I'm pretty sure this is the Su-24, the building that got hit by the Su-24 the other night, and or a cruise missile. So there was suspicion it was a cruise missile. There was people suspecting it was an Su-24. I still am getting all sorts of conflicting reports on that. Even the CNN guys, we were listening to them. They went from thinking it was a missile that had been intercepted from ground-to-air defense systems, or possibly that it was a Russian bomber plane that had been hit down. And then the next thing they were saying it was a Su-24, and then it was a cruise missile. So yeah, it's very, very conflicting information coming out of Kyiv. Somebody said to me, Homer 61 is all it's doing is sniffing out radiation. That's all it does, sniffs the air. Is that true, guys? Is that can somebody give me some confirmation on that? Is it? I thought RC-135V was just for visual and electronic reconnaissance, or is this like a different aircraft? As I said, I'm not an expert on aircraft types here, so if somebody could give me some information on the RC-135V and its capabilities. Yeah, for those of you, we do have a duplicate cam when we are using the quad cam angle. But bear with us. Somebody's saying that's a different building. If you have some evidence of that, some sources, please send it over. I'll get those on screen so we can look at that. So here's the video from the scene of where the apartment got hit in Kyiv. Oh, okay, so when was this? Was this yesterday then, or? Yeah, I didn't see this. Was there a video of this going down? Because if so, send it over. We'll get it on the screen here. Yeah, that's the same footage there. Here's the videos of that. I need videos in link form, guys. MP4s won't work here. I need videos in link form. So if anybody has the video of that. So somebody's saying here RC-135s are special role planes for detecting radiation. Interesting. Somebody said that's minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago. We haven't heard any explosions on our cams from 10 minutes ago, so that doesn't really line up here. This cam is still live here. So yeah, all of our Kyiv cams are still live. We're still listening into the audio. We haven't heard any explosions in and around Kyiv. NW Scally 31 says, I highly doubt Russia sent 75% of the troops. That would have been a 2-minute battle. Exactly. We've been talking about this the past couple of days. The first troops they sent in were the eastern, from the rebel regions of the Donetsk and Luhansk republics. They basically did a call to arms for all men 18 to 60, asking for all of them to, go in and, they're being called up to fight. And we had gotten reports they were getting text messages saying if they tried to flee, they would be prosecuted. And those guys were basically, given a crash course, basic training crash course very quickly. They were given shabby gear. They were thrown on Soviet hardware. That's the reason why we're seeing all this old Soviet hardware, guys, is because the Russians have been pulling it out of warehouses for weeks and even months now. We've been watching the activity of them piling up this Soviet hardware. That was one of the indications why we knew they were going to move into Ukraine. Soviet hardware, this old hardware for no reason. Okay. And the reason they did that is because they're sending in expendable troops on expendable hardware to mop up all of the Ukrainian anti-tank defense systems, which have been provided by the U.S. So things like our St. Javelin, which we've been talking about so much. Kent are putting it. It's a very unfortunate situation. That's why you guys are seeing all of the Russians that are killed right now. It's because they are all unexperienced soldiers. Okay, not all of them, but there are some large majorities of them that are conscripts and reservists and young men that have just been called to arms and they're being forced to fight. And those are the first that are being sent in. That's why we're seeing reports of them fleeing, throwing down their guns and fleeing the scene of conflicts and stuff. We've been hearing reports of that for 24, almost 48 hours now, of the Russians getting repelled at every other location in and around Ukraine, and it's the reason is because it's all just inexperienced soldiers using outdated equipment. As I said, they sent them in to mop up all of that anti-tank weaponry, which we've been talking about. Somebody said they found where the building is. Stand by for geolocation. Roger that. Thank you for that. More plates, fewer dates. So, some information from Dulon here. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, guys. That was some audio from one of our cameras. Not sure what camera, but F's in chat for all of the dead eardrums now. RC-135V is used for intelligence gathering throughout the electromagnetic spectrum, radio waves, microwaves, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. They are likely tracking radio chatter as well as radiation. Roger that, Dulon. Thank you so much. That makes sense. Thank you very much, Grimnips, for the information. Keep up the good work, man. So, AAF Cooper says, guy in orange, top right camera. My wife and I are noticing him walking back and forth quite a bit. And is he carrying bags several times? So, yeah, guys, right back to the reporting we were having from one of our Intel analysts earlier that one of our Intel analysts has been watching this camera here, guys, all night. And so, no, the person in the orange there, that's in Ukraine, there's a lot of what we call babushka street sweepers. They're these old ladies that get up every morning, God bless their souls, and they go out and they sweep the streets and the sidewalks of Ukraine. It's also a common sight in Russia, I believe, but very common sight in and around Ukraine. But that's what you're seeing there. However, yeah, there's been a large amount of suspicious activity at this location over the past 24 hours that we've been keeping tabs on. This has also been a good cam to see some audio of air raid sirens. They were also speaking on the loudspeakers earlier. So yeah, the men you see in some of the black uniforms here are perceived to be Russian operatives. However, that is unconfirmed at this time. But yeah, we've been keeping close eye on that situation there. So Iofton says Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's spokesman Sergei Nikiforov announced on Saturday morning that Ukraine remains open to peace talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. We have agreed to the Russian president's proposal. During these hours, the parties consult on a place and time for negotiation process. The sooner the negotiations get underway, the greater the chance that we can soon return to normal life, writes Sergei from Twitter. On Friday, Russian Defense Minister Sergei Lavrov announced that the country is only willing to negotiate with Ukraine if the Ukrainian army lays down its arms, and it has not happened yet. So I believe that that line of diplomatic reasoning is probably not going to happen. However, we will stay hopeful. So somebody, More Plates, Fewer Dates, has actually found a listing on a Russian real estate website, a Ukrainian real estate website. This building in our top left, far top left camera, guys, it is confirmed to be in Kyiv, and the geolocation which we have on that is current. It's facing due east. The camera looks like. Somebody else had said it was facing west, but from what we understand, this building is, the camera at least is facing in an easterly direction. Here is that building here, and it is in the Oblonsky area in and around Kyiv. All right. More Plates, Fewer Dates says, I used Yandex reverse image search, which is a Russian website. Fun fact. Works better than Google's. Hey, well, using their own services against them. More Plates, Fewer Dates. Good on you. Good on you. Thank you for keeping up the good work, and thank you for that reporting there. So here's that video from that building, you guys. It was hit this morning. However, you guys, this is unconfirmed, so keep that in mind. We have been keeping an eye on the residential buildings in and around Kyiv this morning. It could be one of those buildings. It does look very similar. Somebody had said it had gotten hit by a missile. I would like us to get some more concrete information on this before we consider it confirmed. In one room, a camera recorded the explosion. Okay. Also, some confirmed footage, unconfirmed footage here, guys. Take this with a grain of salt. Somebody says this is footage from inside the building. So that's interesting there. Is there audio? Some stark images out of Kyiv. To Colere, asking if there's anything you can do. If you head over to either the flight radar channel, the radio intercept channel, or even ask just in the general chat, I bet somebody can find something that you can help with. Here's some further reporting on that residential building being hit in Kyiv. Here's some images of that. Again, that footage we just saw a few seconds ago. RT, thank you for that. Thank you for those kind words, and good luck. Some other cams.
Danielle, always first and always from New Zealand. Thank you for joining. Waiting for more people to come in, and yeah. Man, that was fucking embarrassing, dude. That was embarrassing. Not you guys. You guys didn't do anything wrong. It's just... Oh, man, I just got off of Zot's stream where Charlotte was streaming. Oh my god, that was embarrassing.
Looks like we might have dropped out of the snare for a second, guys, but it looks like we're back now. All right, guys. Once again. So yeah, my connection is just fine, showing all good here. It's looking like Restream is having some issues. We'll keep you up to date on that again. Again, thank you to Restream staff for letting me know what the situation is. And keeping me up to date there, guys. You are awesome.
Отрасль — это так называемые богемы, которые в 90-х годах начали, ну, еще раньше, конечно, в конце 80-х, наверное, 90-х, они полностью расцвели махровым цветом. Они стали, ты вспомни, многие, наверное, не помнят,
No, chat. So, what we got going on right now is apparently, and this is just my train of thought. I think the Russians are trying to shut everything down so that way no one can see what's going on. One live feed we had up on top right hand shut down. We got live sound here, guys. Yep. Make sure this is I'm thinking this one's live. As it sounds.
Now, from what we're hearing, definitely hear those air raid sirens in the background again, which means we might have to head inside at some point.
Действительно тревожной была прошлая ночь в украинской столице.
We're hearing that a number of points of military infrastructure in Ukraine.
Сейчас съемочная группа находится в больнице Петровского района Донецка.
We're seeing people with suitcases scurrying about, but getting out to where? They're not quite sure.
15 часов проехали, пробыли в пути. Пока ехали...
Ukraine says it is ready to negotiate with Russia for peace and a ceasefire. These were remarks from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's spokesman late on Friday. Russia says Moscow is also prepared to talk, but only if the Ukrainian military lays down its arms. The Russian Defense Ministry say forces have shot down Ukrainian military equipment, including 7 planes, 7 helicopters, 87 tanks, and 24 air defense platforms. Ukrainian officials said their forces have shot down 2 Russian transport planes south of Kyiv and a Russian jet and helicopter in the Donbas region early Saturday. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has justified its military operations as a response to requests for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia recognized these regions as independent earlier in the week. Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at Ukrainian nationalist attacks on the largely pro-Russian regions.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has elaborated on China's basic position on the fighting between Russia and Ukraine. He spoke on the phone Friday with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the EU's Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell, and the French President's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon. Wang said first, China firmly stands for respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Second, China advocates the concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. Third, China has been following developments over Ukraine, and the present situation is something China does not want to see. Fourth, the Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And fifth, China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the Ukrainian issue, and that regional peace and stability, as well as the security of all countries, should be the priorities. The Chinese foreign minister also took the occasion to discuss highlights of China's bilateral ties with his European counterparts. Speaking with European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell, Wang called for continued China-EU cooperation, especially as the two sides prepare for the China-EU summit in March. Wang also urged the EU to convince Lithuania to revert to the One China principle. In his phone call with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Wang Yi noted that China and the UK will celebrate 50 years of diplomatic ties in 2022. Speaking with the French president's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon, the two sides exchanged views on Ukraine. Wang said the most urgent task is to get Russia and Ukraine back to the negotiating table to end the conflict. An effort to condemn Russia's military operations in Ukraine has failed. 11 out of 15 UN Security Council members voted for a resolution denouncing Moscow's actions. As expected, it was vetoed by Russia, and China and India abstained from the vote. Tony Waterman has more from New York.
Yeah, this was very much expected, the outcome of this vote on this draft resolution, which would have harshly condemned Russia for its actions in Ukraine, also call for the complete and immediate withdrawal of troops from that country, and to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member, and you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation.
We strongly call on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions, and avoid civilian casualties. The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, conducting conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We call on all parties to immediately come back to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue.
And it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire. Taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries.
The U.S. has announced it will impose sanctions on Russia, Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The country has already imposed sanctions on major Russian banks and members of the elite this week. The latest U.S. decision came after EU states and the UK agreed to freeze assets of Putin and Lavrov on Friday. Envoys from 27 EU member states met to discuss the sanctions.
Events have consequences. Words create impact.
Unprecedented scenes that we saw. The cleanup operation is now well and truly underway.
Parts of southern Europe remain in a state of emergency.
Context gives meaning. People make history.
Well, Saturday marks the end of the local state of emergency.
But authorities are still on high alert.
So now we've actually become the border on this road.
A complex world demands a comprehensive view.
But with the cleanup efforts more or less under control,
the economic impact is bound to ripple across the country.
There's plastic pollution everywhere.
Because the world today matters for your world tomorrow.
This is the living area of the crew.
The focus is firmly on future technologies.
Well, this is something completely different.
The world today, every day on CGTN.
Western Indonesia, 7 people have been killed and 85 others wounded from a magnitude 6.1 earthquake which hit the province of West Sumatra on Friday. Tremors were felt in neighboring countries including Malaysia and Singapore. Officials say more than 10,000 buildings were destroyed. The quake has forced about 5,000 people to leave their homes and take shelter at evacuation centers. A task force has been formed for search and rescue operations. Hong Kong has reported a sharp rise in new COVID-19 cases with more than 10,000 daily infections. The city has been reporting nearly 50 deaths a day, and many among the unvaccinated elderly, as it continues to battle a significant COVID outbreak. The government is ramping up control measures and has announced plans to conduct mandatory mass testing. Experts and construction workers from the Chinese mainland are helping to build temporary testing facilities and isolation centers. Supporters of mass testing efforts say it will help to control the pandemic and put society back on track. Black Americans are dying of COVID-19 at a higher rate than white Americans. At the height of the outbreak, CGTN's Dan Williams was granted exclusive access to the community hospital in the predominantly black area of Chicago. He returned to see how they're coping.
The new Roseland Community Hospital is situated on Chicago's far south side. The area is 95% black.
In this area, we're the only safety net hospital that this community has. A lot of financial disparities for them, financial disparities for the hospital.
At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, long lines formed around the block in order to access the hospital's testing facility. While the hospital's 10-bed intensive care unit was swamped with patients.
Roseland Community Hospital is the epicenter of healthcare in the far south side, and we've taken a large brunt of the pandemic.
Dr. Karam Khan is the hospital's chief medical officer. He says the hospital that was already struggling with funding before the pandemic is now recovering from the latest Omicron wave.
In the middle of January this year, we had hospital beds lined up in the hallways in our ED department, where our hospital was seeing close to about 100 patients a day through the ER.
As a more contagious strain, Omicron in turn dramatically impacted the hospital's staffing levels.
Omicron hit, and overnight the numbers of COVID cases in the hospital would double, like night after night after night, until basically half the hospital was positive. Our staff was hit hard. It affected our ability to take care of our patients.
This is the hospital's 10-bed intensive care unit.
You guys should take all laptops.
There are no COVID-19 cases here.
And I'll just bring mine up and set it up and do monitor return. I just confirm with me.
The U.S. Centers for Disease Control.
Still that one over there, still set up.
Americans.
Yeah, phone. That's got it. Grab it out and attack here too. Yeah. Camera up.
Nearly twice as high.
3.
Needs to be done.
Yeah. Are we leaving our ISP dialed up? Yeah, can do. It's on the plug. Yeah. Do we know what that's dialed into? 82472. Or 2? 2. 878, right? It's a direct landline number, so it's 82472. Favorite Susan says it's take that, yeah. Look the road. Yeah. Contact. No response for you've got fabric? Yeah. It's disgusting. Like I can go. I'll shut up then. No. The audio. When are we going to leave that? Yeah. The antenna here. I talked to the crews and they all have their own, and they're pretty much going to use their own if they go. So I'm not going to offer myself up to go out to one because they all have their own. But you're driving at, grab it. Vegan's the best thing, right? Yeah. Two ways up. No. rebooted again in 3 seconds. And then it stays on 4. And then it goes.
Yeah, I know. Well, we need to keep.
Bravely defending their country. We also see indications that there have been measures of success in that regard because, again, without getting into a blow-by-blow, it's not apparent to us that the Russians over the last 24 hours have been able to execute their plans as they deemed that they would. But it's a dynamic, fluid situation. It wouldn't be responsible for us to talk about it in a predictive way right now. We'll watch it as closely as we can. But they are fighting back. They are fighting for their country, and they're doing so bravely.
You're saying Russians are facing setbacks on the battlefield from what you.
Our understanding is that they have experienced some setbacks. Yes. Let's go, Megan.
On the forces who have been put on alert and then activated. Earlier this month, it was 8,500. The Pentagon has said since then that there were more people put on prepare to deploy orders. The Pentagon has also said that the 7,000 troops activated yesterday, some of them had been on that part of that original 8,500, some of them weren't. So my question is, how many troops total since the beginning of this month have been put on prepare to deploy orders, and how many are still on prepare to deploy orders after this activation yesterday?
Megan, I don't have an exact figure for you. As I said, it's been several thousand more in addition to the 8,500. Somewhere between 10 and 12,000 total have been put on prepare to deploy or accelerated. Some of them were already on PTDO, and we'd shorten that tether. For instance, in some cases from 10 to 5 days. Some of that number wasn't on heightened alert, and so we did put them on PTDO, prepare to deploy orders. It varies by unit and by capability, I don't have an exact breakdown of what is going to be going as a part of this NATO response force package, because again, we're still working our way through that requirement.
Right. The question is who's on alert, who has been on alert, who is no longer on alert and is going.
I don't have a specific list for you today.
10 and 12,000 have been the total amount who have been alerted.
Roughly speaking.
Is it safe to deduct 7,000 from that, roughly, to say that there are the remainder is still waiting?
So again, we got to be careful here, Megan. Not everybody that has been put on a heightened alert posture is earmarked for the NATO response force. Some of those units are simply that the Secretary wanted to make sure they were more ready to go in a unilateral capacity. Some may be perfectly placed in being to be used for the VJTF. We'll have to see what the requirements look like. What I can promise you is, as we get solidity on this and more specificity, we'll detail that for you.
It is safe to say there are several thousand more who are on some sort of heightened alert for Europe in general.
It is safe to say that.
One force.
It is safe to say that. Yeah, Sylvie.
Thank you. I understand that NATO gave the order to prepare the troops. What would trigger NATO to deploy them? Would it be Russian troops going to the west of Ukraine, or what kind of threat would trigger their effective deployment?
That really is a decision for the NAC to make, for the alliance to make. It wouldn't be a unilateral U.S. decision. I think today's approval of the defense plan and the activation itself, as I said, is historic. First time that they have been so activated. That's a big deal. Now, again, what does it look like? How many? And where does the alliance want to place them? All of that is still being worked out, and so I can't honestly answer your questions about what the trigger is. I think you can safely assume that what has been triggered here is the activation. And the trigger for that has been this unlawful invasion again by Russia into Ukraine. Yeah,
Secretary Stoltenberg also mentioned about providing defense article support and also including air defense systems to Ukraine. Is there going to be any input from the United States, any type of air defense systems like Patriots or advanced air defense systems?
What I would tell you is we're continuing to look for ways to support Ukraine to defend themselves. We have continued to do that, and we're going to look to do that going forward. And we're very actively engaged in those efforts to help them better defend themselves through both lethal and non-lethal assistance. From the very get-go, I have not been detailing for any of you each and every package, each and every shipment. Because I think you can understand, and it's particularly relevant now, that Ukraine is involved in a no-kidding invasion of their country, that we wouldn't want to put it out there in the public space, everything they're getting from the United States. So we're going to continue to be judicious about how much detail we put out there. But we know they have self-defense needs. We're going to do the best we can to fill them. And what's more is other nations are too. It's not just the United States. David?
Without detailing, can you say, are you continuing to ship defense equipment to Ukraine?
We have, let me put it this way, David. We're not talking about the effort to help them defend themselves. We are not talking about the effort to provide security assistance in a lethal and a non-lethal way in the past tense. I'll leave it at that. Janie? We're continuing to provide ways for them to defend themselves. That's as far as I'm going to go. We're continuing to provide. We're continuing.
Not just looking at ways to support. You are continuing to provide.
It's not. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to be funny. It's not past tense. It's not over. It's not done. We're continuing to look for ways to help them defend themselves. Janie.
Thank you, John. I have two questions from Russia and South Korea. First question, as you know, Russia has warned that it will retaliate immediately if there is a foreign state intervenes in Russia's moves. What is your comment? I follow up the second question.
What is my comment about? I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Warned that it will retaliate immediately if there's a foreign state intervenes in Russia's moves.
Look, we're going to do everything that we need to do to defend our country. And as the president has said, we're going to do what we need to do to defend every inch of NATO territory. And we take those obligations seriously, both to the American people and to our allies. I just leave it at that.
Second question, at the same time, Russia said if South Korea joins the sanctions along with the
Much appreciated. Follow. Ukrainian side or Russian side? Yeah.
I'm gonna leave this camera up all the time here. I'm gonna leave the one on 3 on the other corner here. Yeah. So feel free to move it, frame it anytime you want. Yeah. Are you staying here?
Yeah, I'm staying here.
Okay, good.
I'm the extra cameraman here.
You are the extract.
Extra.
Extra. I forgot your first name?
Christian.
And your last name?
Stripe. S-T-R-E.
Christian Stripe. Heard of you many times.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I know. It's all bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a correspondent. They sent me like a... I'm the roaming cameraman, just in case another guy gets COVID. Okay.
Well, that bridge is moving. Get over.
There we go. Where's the... Perfect. Okay. Beautiful day.
Alright. Everything's gone. They're taking it back. So when we do live, just bring it out. Plug everything in and go.
And the other EX is still over there? The other camera in the corner.
Yeah, next. No, there's not. Yeah, I'm going to check it now. It is up and running. So. Where's it at? Oh, that's the flyway? I don't want to have anything here that they could say, hey, go out and do. That's what I was thinking. Everybody has. I want to keep it here, so. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have small arms fire, and it sounded really close to the Paul statue.
Yes, there is one actually. I think it's in 106. It's one of the addresses. Yeah. It's got lighting on.
What's the other basic thing? I'll leave up there for that. For the Oh, yes. Yeah, I have to mention CNN. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just doing loop through to the other position. Sorry again. Sorry. I know we can't get to there. Whichever, yeah, I mean, this is like camera one. You've got camera, well, in the tent, like 3 cables. It's camera one, camera 2. And no, it's camera one, camera 2. That's sort of switch. That's the mayor is. Just give it to John Torrieri. Just give it to us. Yes, absolutely.
Russian military vehicles have been crossing the border in the north near Kyiv, as well as entering from Belarus up in the northwest. Russian military artillery has also been seen coming from annexed Crimea in the south. Well, turning now to Dnipro in southeastern Ukraine, where the Ukrainian government has said Russian airstrikes have been targeting military facilities in that area. And Sky's John Sparks is there on the ground for us. And John, what is the situation where you are there in what is pretty clearly quite an important strategic place?
That's right, Mark. As we were driving here yesterday evening, we could see these long convoys of Ukrainian military equipment and personnel going in both directions. It's a really important logistical and transport hub for the nation, really. It's pretty quiet here in the city at the moment, but we know that in a city very close to here called Poltava, it has been hit by the Russian version of the cruise missile. Several blasts reported there. Also in Sumy, the city of Sumy in the northeast, Mariupol in the southeast, being hit by cruise missiles fired from the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. And we're also hearing via the Interfax news agency the Russians claiming that they now occupy Melitopol. It's a port city on the Sea of Azov in the southeast. They clearly are making some advances, but I think it's fair to say that they are not using the full might of the Russian military machine at the moment. Also, I think, as you've been talking about, the Ukrainian forces are putting up a lot of resistance, perhaps unexpectedly, in the minds of the Russians. And I just got off the phone with an English teacher in Kyiv, up in the northeast, the second biggest city in Ukraine, and he said, look, we went to the shelters yesterday a couple of times. The city was shelled by artillery and missiles and rockets, but people there are standing firm. They're still there. They seem unmoved. And I think, we've been talking about the Ukrainian military. Also, the Ukrainian people are also standing firm as well. Kyiv is very interesting because it's very close to the Russian border. So a lot of people there are ethnically Russian, and it may have been a calculation on behalf of the Russians, on Putin, that because there are a lot of ethnic Russians in Ukraine, they may have found some support, some favor during their invasion, and that has not materialized, as we're also seeing in Kyiv. Reports of gunfire, but no major military movements from the Russians. City officials there telling people to take shelter immediately, to stay away from windows and balconies, to avoid flying debris and bullets. And as you were talking about earlier, we saw this remarkable video from Zelensky on Twitter. He's becoming something of a global hero now, isn't he? Saying, don't believe the fake news. I'm still in Kyiv. I'm not going anywhere, and calling on citizens of Ukraine to fight, and they seem to be largely responsive to that. There is a large refugee situation developing now. The UNHCR, the UN's refugee agency, estimating that about 50,000 people are on the move now, heading south towards Moldova or on to the west to Poland, where the government has said that they will accept everybody, every Ukrainian refugee who arrives, and Romania as well. The Romanian defense minister says they will take 500,000 Ukrainians if they need to. These are acts of great generosity during a really, really difficult time for Ukraine. But I think the people, as well as the military, are standing firm.
Yeah, it's a very good point, John Sparks. Thank you very much indeed. The Russian aggression towards Ukraine goes back many years. The most notable recent action prior to the current invasion was, of course, 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea. Let's speak now to the co-founder of the Council on Geostrategy, James Rogers. Thank you for being with us this morning. First of all, what do you make of what is happening here? We had the president saying last night that it was to be a defining night. The Russians were coming. In the event, we have had attacks on this capital, but not the storming of the capital that the president was thinking. What do you think is going on?
Well, I think the Ukrainian military forces are putting up pretty firm resistance, and I think that might have been unanticipated by the Russian attackers. In that case, I mean, this is really the crescendo of Mr. Putin's policy in relation to his so-called near abroad. And it doesn't seem to be going at this stage particularly well for him. Of course, this is still very early days, but nonetheless, I think the Russians have not succeeded in their strategic objectives in the initial opening of the conflict that they've launched.
What do you think he is trying to achieve? What do you think the strategic objectives are?
I think it's very simple. I mean, Mr. Putin and the Russian regime have put out a number of narratives over the last couple of months as they built up to this war. They say that this is about NATO and NATO's expansion, but I think largely that's nonsense. After all, many of the agreements that Russia signed with NATO and the West occurred after it was very clear that NATO was going to enlarge the countries of Eastern and Central Europe were seeking accession to that alliance. I think what Mr. Putin is actually trying to do here is to thwart the democratization of Ukraine and its transition into a prosperous, democratic and open country. The reason for this is very simple. Mr. Putin has installed an increasingly brittle and kleptocratic regime in the Kremlin which rules over the whole of Russia. And I think he's afraid that if Ukraine succeeds, as it becomes increasingly democratic and prosperous, which it has since 2014, that ultimately the Russian people themselves will end up asking, why can't we have these kinds of freedoms? Why can't we have this kind of prosperity? Why can't we become a normal Euro-Atlantic country integrated into the free and open world? And that is what he fears, and for that reason he has to try and snuff out democracy and openness in Ukraine, so that it becomes apparent to the Russian people that this kind of government can't exist in areas once ruled by Moscow.
But how does he do that without effectively occupying this country for a very long time, which is going to be very difficult to do and very expensive to do, and would, you know, just attract more opprobrium from the world?
Well, I think this is an issue of overreach to some extent. I mean, for the last 10 years, at least since the initial attack on Georgia in 2008, Mr. Putin has actually suffered very little pushback from the major Western powers, whether that's the United Kingdom, Germany, the United States. Yes, they've all tried to curtail his actions, but they haven't done enough to do so. And he's become increasingly bold and confident, and I think that is why he is now attacking Ukraine. He is, in a way, unhinged and has become increasingly confident as to his regime's power and the willingness of the Western powers to push back against him. However, it might be that on this occasion he has overreached, and as the Ukrainians can hold on, increasing supplies of weapons and other material financial assistance will come from the major powers that provide Ukraine with the means to resist. The Russians will get increasingly bogged down, as the Soviet Union once did in Afghanistan, and ultimately his designs on the region will come to naught.
So, just finally, you could see this ending catastrophically for Putin?
That is a possibility. Any country that launches a war doesn't necessarily know where that war is going to lead, and we've seen this many, many times in the past. War is a very bloody and unpredictable business, and in this context, Ukraine isn't necessarily a pushover. It's a very large country in terms of physical size. It has a very large population. I mean, it's around three times smaller than Russia in terms of population, but nonetheless, it's still relatively large by international standards. It has an increasingly well-trained military and defence force, particularly since 2014. The UK, for example, has helped significantly that with Operation Orphan, which has trained over 22,000 Ukrainian troops. And in that context, multiple large cities in the country, it might be the case that he really has bitten off more than he can chew. Of course, it's still very early days, and anything can happen. but nonetheless, that is a risk for him.
Yeah, indeed. It's very easy to start or less easy to get out. James, thank you very much indeed. Right, let me just show you these pictures which have come into us at Sky News and we have verified. And that appears to show, or we're told it shows, and we've verified it shows, a missile flying into a residential building on the outskirts of Kyiv. And it is the residential building we were showing you earlier, which when we saw the damage, that picture we showed you earlier, well, the picture we've just showed you is what happened. Missile strike on a residential building on the outskirts of Kyiv last night. And no casualties. The extraordinary thing is that the Ukrainian authorities say that that caused no casualties, which is difficult to believe. Well, a resolution condemning Moscow's invasion of Ukraine was vetoed at the United Nations Security Council by Russia last night, but China failed to back Vladimir Putin's actions, and sanctions against the Russian leader are also growing. Here's our US correspondent, Mark Stone.
Along Europe's eastern flank, the latest deployment of soldiers, more Americans, part of a now growing NATO defence force. The order and the ceremony in such contrast to an upending of world order, which feels at least so real. And at the world's top diplomatic forum, an evening vote on a resolution condemning Russia.
Those against?
Which didn't pass, but did provide what's being seen as a significant moment.
Abstentions?
China, considered by Russia to be a friend, did not vote with them against the resolution. Beijing could not condone what's happening in Ukraine. Western diplomats finding success within a failed vote, they peeled apart two allies, getting a Chinese abstention, adding to Putin's isolation.
The resolution was supported by all member states of the European Union and many partners from around the world. Together with Ukraine, we will now work for the General Assembly to demand an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine.
At the White House, a decision to match what the EU and UK had already done, to take sanctions further, to hit President Putin himself.
The president is doing nearly everything in his power to lead the world and stand up against the actions of President Putin. What he will not do is send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine, because he is not going to put the American public, the American people, or the United States in a position of fighting a war with Russia.
And that's the nub of it. That's why NATO forces will not roll into Ukraine to end all this. It is about sanctions, now against Putin himself, freezing his assets, potentially banning him from traveling. Tactics that were once a deterrent now feel so reactionary, and against a man who isn't listening.
Are you worried for President Zelensky?
Of course he's worried, but the past few days has revealed the blunt and troubling reality. What can be done without unthinkable escalation? Mark Stone, Sky News, at the White House.
Well, as we were saying earlier, there have been protests against this invasion, and those protests are growing both in Russia and in countries across the world. Thousands of protesters took to the streets in the Georgian capital, calling for the invasion to end. Huge crowds gathering there, as you can see, outside the parliament buildings. They were calling for the resignation of Georgia's prime minister, who said his country would not join the West in sanctioning Russia. Anti-war demonstrations have also taken place in more than 50 Russian cities. Police made a number of arrests in St. Petersburg, Putin's home city, where those involved in a peaceful protest were grabbed by riot police and taken away and arrested. In Moscow, people came from across the city to mark another night of bombing in Ukraine by laying flowers and lighting candles at Ukraine's embassy. In London, more than 1,000 people rallied outside Downing Street. They chanted, "Russia, go home." Many were from Ukraine and were visibly upset by what is happening in their country right now. Well, I'm joined by one of those protesters, Valeria, a Ukrainian living in London and who I think was at that protest we've just been showing. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for being with us. And first of all, what do you make of what is happening in your country?
Well, the residential house you were just showing is near the airport where I would land flying from Luton by Wizz Air every so often, every 2 weeks at some point in life. Well, what I can say, this is the Battle of Kyiv. This is the Battle of Kyiv like in 1941. Very few people know, but in the World War II, Ukraine suffered the most of all the Soviet Union because our country was captured and recaptured twice, and it was aggressed both by Hitler on one side and Stalin on the other side. And this now reminds the Second World War, 1941, the Battle of Kyiv. Back then, the whole world knew there is a terrorist, insane man wanting to violate Poland, and the whole world chose the politics of appeasement. So we've chosen the same politics this time, and the politics of appeasement has not worked once again. And the deep concern and all the toothless sanctions that have been introduced, and the deep concern was expressed, the toothless sanctions were introduced, it didn't help. Putin invaded Georgia in 2008, he invaded Ukraine in 2014, he invaded Belarus effectively, he downed a civilian airplane above Ukraine's skies, and he hasn't received a response strong enough to stop him. Here are some of the human stories. I'll just read from my phone from my friends. This is the basement and this is from my apartment blocks, not apartment block, the residential area where we live. It's like a blocks of flats together. So in one of the homes, my friend lives, and he says that he has a child who's 5 years old. And the basement for my child is now the best place of all. The concentration of children and toys there is above and beyond. And most of all, this basement, he's never been there. So after all of the sirens and the air alerts, it's very difficult to get her out of there. All of our neighbors in the yard are now preparing Molotov cocktails. All the drivers have donated the gasoline for it, and we are prepared to meet the Russians here. My close friends who have attended my wedding, they're in the territorial defense units in Kiev. They're armed. I haven't been in touch with them for over 24 hours. I don't know where they are. My son, who's 3.5 years old here in London, his godfather is in the territorial defense unit. What they do is they protect Kiev, they protect us from invasion.
Take your time.
My family is also near Sumy region, where our army is holding the line. Our army and our territorial defense units and our president are doing an incredible job. Russia planned the blitzkrieg. They wanted to take Kiev and show the whole world and all of the Russians that they are freeing Russian-speaking Ukrainians. But they failed. They failed miserably. Of course, our army is suffering huge losses, but we are fighting back. We are fighting back, and we are resisting, and we will prevail. I will not give you the official data of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine of how many airplanes of the Russian aviation were downed and how many.
Пожалуйста, открой ноги, я сказал. Открой куртку, пожалуйста. Мы потом, за нами ехала черная Шкода без номеров. Мы потом полетели. Посмотри, пожалуйста. Я ранен, я не вру, я ранен. Мы живы?